session.
This is not I move.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. reconvening to open session, the October 28th, 2025 meeting of the Bakersfield City School District Board of Education. Our first item after reconvening will be the pledge to the flag.
Thank you. I'd like to, with my glasses on so I can see, I would like to write Soren Waterhouse from Eisler Elementary up to the podium that will lead us in this evening's flag salute. Interpreting for Mr. Waterhouse is Elba Ortiz, instructional assistant at Eisler. Before Soren starts, I would like to share some comments, some kind words from Principal Melissa Mayberry, who shared with me. Soren is sweet, respectful, and thoughtful sixth grade student at Eisler Elementary. He is a proud member of the deaf community. Soren continues to impress those around him, and his positive attitude expressing his American Sign Language skills. His willingness to help others whenever it's led to lending a hand in the classroom or assisting the staff with needs. Soren has shown a strong interest in a variety of activities and sports, particularly robotics and basketball. His curiosity, teamwork, and enthusiasm makes him a joy to have around in the classroom. Soren's kindness and dedication to a great example to his peers. I'm excited to see him all that he can accomplish. Soren, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Salute, pledge.
I pledge
Pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Edgar, you're right in the middle. And you two.
Here we go. 1, 2, 1.
Want to invite Mom? For a picture?
Oh, Mom.
Alrighty, moving on to item number 3, the report of our closed session action. There is a lot to say here. During its recently concluded closed session, the board voted to approve a settlement agreement resolving the case of John Doe, B.S. versus John just Doe, number 1, at all case number BCB 22-10-31-41. The vote was unanimous. Under the terms of agreement, the plaintiff agrees to dismiss the case alleging that the former district employee sexually assaulted plaintiff in the early 1980s. In exchange, the district agrees to render payment of an agreed upon amount to the plaintiff. During its recently concluded closed session, the board also authorized the purchase of real property, APN number 170-270-06, located at 2826 Cottonwood Road within Bakersfield, California, in the amount of $3,100,000. The vote was unanimous. The final purchase agreement will be available upon public request. During its recently concluded closed session, the board also rejected a claim for damages from OS against Bakersfield City School District. The vote was unanimous. And the last item that we have here was a rejection of a claim for damages from MG against Bakersfield City School District. The vote was unanimous. We'll move on to item number 4 now. That's Excellence in BCSD Employee Recognition Program.
I will ask for my Vanna to come up. Dr. Aguilar Fort, please. Thank you so much. So tonight, this evening, I would like to introduce to you employees from the district that are recipients from our Excellent in BCSD program. They are employees who exemplify and model our district's values. So as I introduce them, please join me in congratulating them. I'd like to start off with the category of caring. Please join me and congratulate Azalea Garza. She is a BIS at Cesar Chavez Elementary. Continuing on caring, please congratulate Stephanie Holiday, teacher at Cesar Chavez Elementary. We also have Kathleen Kozlowski, teacher at Franklin Elementary. And Mary Bell Killian, school clerk at Compton Junior High. Raquel Browden, BIS at Washington Middle School. We also have Areli Carrillo, teacher at Voorhees Elementary. And last in our category of caring, Salvador Solis, a BIS from Franklin Elementary. Moving on to our category of collaboration, please congratulate Jennifer Scott, teacher at Compton Junior High. We have Aveline Cueto, program specialist from Data and Assessment. And welcome and congratulate Graciela Sanchez de Hilo, psychologist from Special Education. We also have Maria Gonzalez, academic coach from Fremont Elementary. And Harmanjeet Rai, academic coach from Fremont Elementary. We also have with us Daniel Lopez, associate school social worker from Rayford Johnson. And lastly, certainly not least, in the category of collaboration, we have Christina White, academic coach from Cesar Chavez. One more huge round of applause for our employees and board.
So you're okay, we're all bumping into each other.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry.
No,
you're
no,
okay. That was like 15 years ago. My nail
Oh, God, it did.
I had to say it.
No, don't repeat it.
Spread. Everybody leaves. Guy.
Good.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. Yeah, read it all, girl. Read it all. I'm so excited.
But am I done? Have a cover.
Listen.
I took a picture, but I have to take before we go. I gotta take a picture of the contents of that. She must have been a Girl Scout. Always
Me?
prepared. Always prepared.
What a wonderful family. Wow. How beautiful is that? I'm excited when my husband picks up the groceries. He just ordered these really cool.
Give him more credit.
And I was like, what are these? I was like, I was 24. I was like, what?
Thank you, Mike Artar.
If you'd like to- All right, I'll go right on to the public comment section that's on our agenda. To our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion so that the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. So we will get right to our first comment, that is Petra Villanueva. After Petra, it will be Anay Edwards.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Petra Villanueva, soy de la escuela Mount Vernon. Mi primera pregunta es la siguiente. El día 10 de este mes se hizo una junta especial donde supuestamente iban a hablar acerca del aumento para los maestros.
Good evening, my name is Petra Villanueva from Mount Vernon. The first business item is on the 10th of October, we were gonna discuss about an increase.
No se habló nada de eso y yo sinceramente estoy esperando esa respuesta porque nosotros necesitamos saber como padres que los maestros reciban lo justo de acuerdo al costo de vida.
It was not discussed, and as parents, we expect to hear something because the teachers deserve what is just according to the cost of living.
Es bien necesario para que nuestras escuelas triunfen, que los maestros tengan un buen salario para que no se nos vayan.
It's necessary for the success of the schools that the teachers have a good salary so that they will not leave us.
Mi segundo punto que les quiero decir, espero que ustedes les den un reentrenamiento como board members de las reglas de Roberto.
Second is I would like you as board members to give them a good training on Robert's Rules of Order.
y del Brown Act, porque la verdad se vieron muy mal el mes pasado.
And the Brown Act, because truly you didn't look good last month.
Parece ser como que sí necesitan volver a reentrenarse, ya que el representante de la Unión les tuvo que contestar su pregunta a ustedes por no saber qué se maneja en las reglas de robo.
It seems that you do need to be trained because the union president had to give you instruction on how to manage the meeting.
Mi siguiente punto es siempre he venido a pedir educación igualitaria para todos los aprendices de inglés.
My following point is I've always come to request equal learning for the English learners.
Sabemos que en este grupo abarcan muchas cosas,
We know this group includes a lot of things,
pero nos hemos descuidado un grupo muy especial para nuestra comunidad,
we have not taken care of a very special group in our community,
que es el grupo de afroamericanos.
which is the African American group.
Acudí a la junta de DPAC
I attended the DAPAC meeting,
y la verdad es muy frustrante
and honestly, it's very frustrating
saber que esos niños están todavía más debajo de nosotros las minorías.
and to know those kids are even lower than us, the minority.
Lo que escuchamos ahí fue que el distrito y las escuelas se están enfocando únicamente en el comportamiento
What we heard is that the district and schools are focusing only in the behavior
y poco en lo instruccional.
and very little in instruction.
Ese día los padres estaban muy molestos
That day, parents were very upset.
y el mensaje que empezamos a dar en nuestras escuelas
And the message we're starting to give our schools
es cómo vamos a trabajar con ese grupo de niños.
is how we will begin to work with that group of students.
¿Qué es lo que necesitan? Si necesitan ayuda en llamadas por teléfono,
What do you need if you need help with phone calls?
que nos comuniquemos con los padres afroamericanos,
To communicate with African American parents?
que vayamos a las iglesias de ellos
To go to their churches?
para pedirles ayuda
To ask them for help?
y que el distrito componga todo lo que no les ha dado a ese grupo de niños?
And that the district fix what it hasn't given that group of students?
Porque si esos niños no superan,
Because if those students don't overcome,
nunca el distrito va a salir de School Improvement.
the district will never get out of school improvement.
Y esos puntos son malos tanto para los maestros,
And those are bad points so much to the teachers as
para el distrito
to the district
y para nosotros los padres que podemos hacer la diferencia.
and for us parents that can make the difference.
Yo creo que es tiempo de que ustedes ajusten su calendario
I think it's time that you adjust your calendars
y empiecen a trabajar con ese grupo principalmente,
and start working with that group,
ya que no puede
Primarily.
ser posible que estén mucho más abajo que nuestros niños
since
hispanos.
it cannot be possible that they're even lower than our Hispanic children.
Así es que si ocupan ayuda,
So if you need help,
comuníquense con nosotros.
communicate with us.
Estamos dispuestos a ayudar,
We're willing to help,
pero siempre y cuando ustedes hagan su trabajo por lo que fueron elegidos.
as long as you do the job for which you were elected.
Ese es mi comentario y muchas gracias.
That's
Buenas
my
noches.
comment. Thank you. Have a good night.
Up next is Anai Edwards.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anaya Edwards, and I attend Cater Middle School as a 7th grader. I'd like to talk about school computers and problems concerning them. First off, important websites are now blocked, so we have to use less than value alternatives. Canva was the best website for our leadership elective to make flyers to info our school of exciting events. But now that it's blocked, it's a struggle to find websites to make flyers, and Google Slides doesn't have as many tools as Canva. Another concern is websites are also blocked for teachers. And when they have to use different alternatives for those websites, it can be challenging to understand. I hope these concerns are acknowledged, but for now, thank you for listening to my speech.
Up next, Jennifer Arreguin.
Hi, good afternoon. So today I was going to be talking about, I have a speech, so I'm going to read off it. Today I'm going to be advocating on why it should be necessary for special ed classrooms to have cameras. I'm also going to be sharing on some of my personal experiences as to why as well. I have two sons who are both diagnosed with autism and speech impairment, which means it's difficult for them to communicate and talk. One is in kindergarten and the other one is in first grade. My son Nathan used to attend Longfellow Elementary School, and I had a horrible experience with the staff, especially the principal, Miss Ochoa. On this specific day, I was able to pick them up in person as I usually take the bus. Upon getting there and receiving my children, I noticed that my son had a fresh, bloody scratch on his face near the bottom of his eye, which has scarred up pretty ugly, and he will forever have that on his face. The scratch was super deep because by the time I got to him, it was a bubble of blood on his face. So I asked the aide what happened to him. She then proceeded to tell me that Nathan got injured on the school bus because that's what the driver had told her, that maybe his brother had hit him or was the one who hurt him on the bus. Me being so naive in the moment, I didn't ask any further questions. The next morning, I asked the bus driver why didn't she notify me and let me know that my son got hurt on her bus. She was so confused and had no idea what I was talking about. So then I explained to her what the aide had told me. She said to me, "Mom, I did not set your kids together and my bus has cameras, every angle. You can request footage from the school district so that you can see your son did not get hurt on my bus." So that's exactly what I did. I called the school district and I requested the footage, and they told me it was going to take about 1 to 2 weeks for them to recover the footage to show me that my son didn't get hurt on the bus. But weirdly, the very next day, Miss Ochoa called me, the principal, letting me know that the school bus cameras were not working that day, which was really odd to me because I wondered why did Miss Ochoa reach out to me the very next day and not the district. I never heard back from the district. This gave me the impression Miss Ochoa knows somebody and had them on her side. Then I noticed they had removed the same aide from the classroom, so then I went into the office and I asked Miss Ochoa, why did the aide lie to me, and why is she not removed from the classroom? Nothing made sense and it was giving foul play. Every time I was asking questions to the aides or Miss Watson, his teacher at the time, Miss Ochoa would tell them, "It's okay, you guys are doing a great job," which in fact they were doing a horrible job because no one was giving me answers to my questions or no one told me how my son got hurt. They told me nothing but lies, and in fact, I asked what was the aide's name, and they did not want to give me her name. Of course, I'm going to want to know who's my son with all day. The teacher at the time, Miss Watson, was trying to manipulate me by saying it was a misunderstanding, but no misunderstanding at all. The aide lied to me, and the school bus driver clarified that he did not get injured on the bus. Furthermore, my best friend works as an aide for special ed kids in Longfellow, and she's told me she's witnessed a teacher slap a child with special needs, another teacher—
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up. So if you could finish your last thought, and we will be in touch.
Okay, you said finish my
Last thought, last sentence.
Okay. Okay, so please consider installing cameras in special ed classrooms, especially with those being taught by teachers who are not qualified, because the district sent me a letter saying that my sons, both of them, in different grades, are being taught by teachers who are not qualified.
We'll be in touch. Thank you.
Okay.
Up next is Kayla Ferguson.
Thank you. Good evening. I want to start by stating that tonight I'm not just an educator within BCSD. I'm also a parent of an absolutely brilliant, talented, and amazing son who also happens to be trans. My child does not deserve anything extra or unnecessary because of his gender identity. In fact, it's one of the many things that make him one of the most beautiful, caring, and compassionate souls I've ever known in my entire life. However, it's something that came under attack at a recent BCSD board meeting, and it's not the first time that I've heard it. And I want to take most of my time to stand in solidarity with our staff, our parents, and most of all our kids, who all deserve to be safe, healthy, and to receive the same access to learning environments, allowing them to focus on only one thing, their education. You should know that our trans students in our schools are 4 times more likely to attempt suicide than their peers and 6 times more likely to experience bullying within their school careers. And it is for that reason and that reason only that anything perceived as extra might be needed for them, but they are simply here just to exist. During my son's time within BCSD schools, he has experienced a district who made it a priority to protect him and his rights. While he didn't get that at every school he attended, I want to shout out Compton Junior High, whose leadership with Principal Aaron Estep and Vice Principal Alvarado, he was able to go through his education there with not one iota of bullying being tolerated. When my son experienced behavior around him that made him feel unsafe or less than, it was addressed immediately with actual consequences. When my son felt like he experienced issues with safety in restrooms, Mrs. Estep went out of her way to readdress her student population on expectations in those sensitive areas and coordinated with ELP to make sure he was safe there too. Her entire staff, from CPALs to office staff who were honored tonight, are amazing, but all of our schools should be like that. When we move forward with things like hate speech posters in our classrooms, it should be all hate speech, not just one specific word. We can do more and should be doing more. So to anyone that had the audacity to walk into this boardroom and spend 1 single second of their existence using their voice to bully children, you are on the wrong side of history. Think about times when concerns about children in public schools have been a concern brought up to a board meeting, and decide if that's who you want your grandchildren to remember you as. You haven't been through your life without meeting a gay kid or a trans kid. They just haven't felt safe being themselves with you. And what a sad thing it is to be a grown-up in this world that children don't feel safe with. So I urge us to please just all acknowledge that in our boardrooms, our campuses, and anything within this district, that we not tolerate that kind of speech in any form, and know that there are those kids, those adults, those teachers everywhere. There's no need to have anything to say about them except them just being here to live just like the rest of the people around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Lance Jacobs.
In fairness, I am so tired today. We had our UC Santa Barbara field trip this morning, and so, but Anai said that she wanted to come talk about her Chromebook, and I said, I will be here for you. And I was also, along with Caleb, really upset when I watched last month's board meeting on YouTube. I do appreciate members of the community coming to make their views known to this board and to address board policy. I think that's important. And I did it tonight. You know, we all do it, and it's important. However, I think that it's important that we remember that there are children on the other end of our comments, and that the way that we talk about our kids is important. One of the things I've really appreciated about Dr. Aguilera-Fort is that from the first time that I heard him talk, he said, we want a school district, I'm summarizing, where every single child feels safe and comfortable and respected and can learn. And that's something I agree with. In my class, which I would like to share with the community, I think that this is a good guideline. If you would like to speak about our children, what I tell my students is this is public school. Everybody gets to come here, and we will be nice to them. It is as simple as that. Everybody, the only thing you have to do is live in a certain neighborhood, and then you get to go to that school. That's it. And they all come to school, and we can be nice. So going forward, I appreciate the community coming out to give feedback for how the school district is operating. And I think that is important. Democracy is messy, and it works best when everybody is involved. But can we please agree? These are children. We can be nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Jennifer Scott.
Hello, good evening. I am here tonight to talk about the technology problems that our students and our staff are facing. So we started off with a really rough year when it came to technology. I have been in our district for 25 years. And ever since I came in 2000, I can tell you I've been a part of the technology. We have had communication, we've had collaboration, we've had conversation, but we're not getting that communication right now. We're not getting collaboration. We are not getting conversation. So as discussed earlier, we take, for example, Canva. We have used Canva for years, and we've had absolutely no issues. I knew that the app was coming, the changes, but I guess it was the expectation that if it was something that we've been using for years, if it's something, I'm thinking of other programs that we've used that are in school site plans, like Edpuzzle and Moat, we would have guidelines and we would have a timetable to say, yes, this is approved, or here are the alternatives. And that's not what happened. What happened was I was in the middle of a lesson and it gets shut off. So here we're scrambling and we're trying to find alternatives and learn new platforms in the school year. And I happen to be very good with technology. I also know that there are more solutions. For example, we can separate elementary students, Brights on the filter, with junior high school where I teach. At Compton, our students can look at things that maybe a first grader can't look. We understand that. And that's setting up organizational units in the Google console, in the filter for Lightspeed. We can do that, but we're not getting the opportunity to have those conversations. I have teachers at our school site who have used Edpuzzle for years. They are hands-on. They do art projects, they do authentic learning. They are what you want our classes to be. But even though our school site put it in our site plan, we're not using Edpuzzle for the remainder of the school year. And this teacher has dedicated thousands of hours. So this is what I ask. There's always more than one solution, but the solution to what's going on with technology right now should absolutely include students, teachers, and parents. Please don't just make it authoritarian top-down from the district. Help us be a part of the solution.
Thank you. Up next is Pam Bauer. And then after that will be Mary Prado, and after that will be Magali Alvarez.
I didn't have a chance to straighten my knees out. I know. With both knee replacements, I have to stretch my knees before I try to get up. So I've been sitting for a while. Anyway, the primary reason I want to talk to you tonight relates to my pink hair. And that is, this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And as I come and preach every year during October, get your mammograms, ladies and gentlemen. You're not immune. You don't have to get a mammogram, but you should be checking yourself as well as urging the ladies in your life to get mammograms. And as I always say, I'm a 13-year survivor now. 2012, I got my annual mammogram. They found my cancer. It was so early it could not be felt. And in fact, the oncologist told me to go home because I wasn't sick enough. I had stage 0, which I didn't even know existed. 2 surgeries and radiation, and again, 13 years, I'm cancer-free. So please, 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 make sure that you get the necessary treatments. Because believe me, getting it early is a lot better than getting it later. And I was in Las Vegas last weekend, and I did see The Wizard of Oz. Fabulous. Definitely worth your time. But a lot of people would say, oh, I like your hair color. So I would say, cancer survivor, breast cancer. And it was amazing how many people said, well, my mom is, or, you know, my dad had prostate, but he caught it early. And it just showed how, always positive. Fortunately, I didn't have anybody who said, oh, my mom caught it late and died, you know, or anything like that. So it is a good thing, and it should be all year long. Whenever your year is up, ladies, go get it. It's basically free. especially in October, there are all sorts of associations that are more than happy to help you pay if you can't and you don't have insurance. And then as far as all getting together and being safe, my classroom was a bully-free classroom. My yard duty was bully-free because I wouldn't tolerate it, period, and I would deal with it. So I had kids come and talk to me about it. But my rule always was, we don't have to like each other. That's not required. But from the time you leave your house till you get back to your door, we have to get along with each other. And that is what makes a reasonable classroom where you can teach without worrying about it, without intimidation. And again, I agree with everybody who's been talking that all children, along with staff, need to feel safe at their workplace. And school is a child's workplace. Because they didn't always agree with me, but I said their paycheck was their report card. No money coming in from me, but they are getting the grades that they earn. But again, you cannot have a successful classroom, a successful school or district if people don't feel safe. So with that, happy Halloween, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
Up next, Mary Prado.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mary Prado. I'm here today to try to find a solution that has become a problem with my daughter catching a bus to school for some time now. A bus driver has been telling my daughter that she has to go to a different one every time. And my daughter Magali has complied every single time. And yet the problem continues. It has got to the point that the bus driver approached my daughter and threatened her by telling her that she will make sure she will get suspended from every single route. I'm a single parent, and riding the school bus is the only way my daughter gets to school when I can't take her. If my daughter was disrespectful in any way, I will make her apologize. But I'm not here to cause any conflict. I'm here to find a solution to this issue the best possible way.
Thank you very much. Up next, Magali Alvarez.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Magali Alvarez. I'm here today to try and move past a problem that happened a few weeks ago with my new bus driver. I would like to move forward and apologize if I said or did anything to make her feel disrespectful. It was never my intention to make her feel disrespectful. A few weeks ago, I made the mistake of crossing the street when I wasn't supposed to. Since then, I haven't been able to ride her bus route. I was being pushed from bus stop to bus stop. I haven't complained at all, but this time she told me if she sees me in her bus stop, she would make sure to suspend me from every bus route. I know I'm assigned to East California and South Baker. To be honest, I'm scared to walk through a cemetery and the park. Besides, it's way too far from my home for me to be walking alone because of my neighborhood. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to item number 6, approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, and special meetings October 10th and October 21st, 2025.
This is Chris, so moved.
Second, Mike.
Thank you. Any discussion on those items? That item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on to letter D, reports from district organization. Our first up will be the Classified School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 48, Dinah May Jimenez, President.
Hello. Yes. Superintendent and members of the board, good evening. To reiterate, my name is Dinah May Jimenez, President of CSEA Chapter 48. I have a few comments to share this evening. The first is about good manners and wondering when we stopped using them. For example, recently a staff member called a coworker on the two-way radio to thank him for an extra help he had provided. The coworker responded, "You're welcome, I got your back." Since all school site staff share the same radio channel, the principal overheard this exchange and said, enough with the two-way radio banter. This brief moment of appreciation, should not have been viewed as a negative banter, but rather a positive exchange. A simple example of teamwork and gratitude among colleagues. And yesterday marked the beginning of what will be monthly meetings with our interim superintendent, Dr. Carlin Aguilera Fort. These meetings are a positive step toward strengthening collaboration, addressing labor concerns, and maintaining a cohesive working relationship between CECA and the district. Lastly, I would like to provide a brief update on negotiations. We are currently in a successor year, which means there are several articles to review and revise. This process takes time, but we have already reached tentative agreement on some articles and look forward to additional meeting dates so we can conclude negotiations and move forward to the ratification process. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Up next, Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association, Beta, Steve Comstock, President. Welcome.
Mine's probably going to take a couple minutes longer, sorry. I actually wrote my words down this time because I have a lot to cover. I'll only do the front side and save the rest because I also get to start monthly meetings with the interim superintendent. I'm looking forward to it. It will only be the second time we've met since he's been here, but I'm looking forward to starting regular meetings. I do want to start with a couple of positive notes before I move into my deltas or my concerns. The first positive notes that I would like to talk about is last month we invited Dr. Fulham-Whiter to come to our rep council. I'd been approached saying they needed some information about the cell phone use in a bill that had passed, and he needed to get stakeholder information, but he needed it quickly. So I said, why don't you come to our meeting? He said, I'm happy to do so. And he did. He came and he met with our rep council, which is members from every school site and from all the different departments. So he was able to meet with junior high, elementary, special ed, nurses, SLPs, everybody that would basically be in the certificated unit. And he led a presentation, a Dr. Fulham-Whiter slide presentation. So we know how that went. But it was very, very fruitful. And I was very grateful that he was there because he answered any questions that they had. He got solicited feedback. And I thought it was a great partnership because it was a way for him to get the information he needed so that we could move forward quickly on things. And I would really like to invite anybody up here from any department that is willing and wants to step into the den and actually talk to the reps, because you have some of your senior most teachers there that have a lot of really good information and feedback. And they're very ready to give it in a constructive and positive way. He did not leave scarred. He even left with a box of really good cookies. So we will take care of you if you come out there. And that is open to anybody. If our interim superintendent, any board member, any head of a department needs to come out and get information, please let me know. I will send out our dates, and you're always invited. The door is open, and we will be gentle and professional, I promise. Just like Dr. Fulham-Whiter was. So that was a really, really good experience. The other thing I wanted to talk about that I thought went really well, and it's going to be juxtaposed against something else in a second, but the meeting last month, it wasn't all bad. There was some really good stuff that happened. And what I wanted to say thank you for was last month there were, as some people came up here and talked about, there were some people from our community, very misguided people from our community, who came in and basically lectured this board and this district about things that we have nothing to do with. Because I've never seen this district do anything but support LGBTQ, our Black, our Hispanic, our trans, our every kid. They have made sure that they're supported and honored. And I appreciate that the people on the dais did not tolerate the bad behavior when they started misbehaving, that they stood up to it in a very professional way. And I think that you guys deserve credit for that, because I don't think you get that enough. So thank you very much. I'm happy that the BCSD board refused to be intimidated. And I would like to ask, where in the heck do we have locker rooms in our district? Because I don't think we have any. So okay. Now, that was the nice side of things. Here's my concerns. And I think that we know that at the last meeting, I had some serious concerns, and some people came up and talked about it unsolicited by me about things like Robert's Rules of Order were not followed. Motions, abstentions, improper votes. I also know that they're not legal, that it's not a legal requirement, but it is a way, it's a public face for this body to interact with their stakeholders. And if we're not doing it right, then we're not doing it right, and we're dishonoring that relationship. So I ask that we find a way to get better at that. There are some fantastic books, and these are not insulting titles. They're actually some of the best books. Robert's Rules for Dummies and Robert's Rules for Idiots are fantastic books that I used to learn it, because I had to go through training to learn how to run a whole bunch of different types of meetings, whether it's service center, CTA stuff, beta, because we all do the Robert's Rules of Order stuff, and all my stuff can be overturned by CTA if I don't do it properly. So I really ask that this body find a way, whether you get a parliamentarian or go to a CTA training that has it, all sponsor you, and we can all go together and have a great dinner afterwards, because it really is important stuff. I was frustrated to get a reply from the district's new attorney that was very much in error, and after having other attorneys look at it, very wrong in what they said, but we'll address that separately. And the other thing that I was really frustrated with about that is apparently the board members and your vote is immaterial. There were 2 votes that were taken, one improperly, one was in order. Both of them show in the minutes as failed. And I was told by the attorneys and the interim superintendent that your votes don't matter, that they can go ahead and move forward without approval from the board. So my question is, what do we need you for if you don't have to approve stuff? If you guys can, if the officers here, not officers, but the employees can just do whatever they want with budgets and policies and stuff, what do we need you for? And I really think that they stole your agency when they said that we don't have to pay attention to the results of the votes. We don't need their approval to move forward with this. I thought that it was insulting, and it was an insult to everybody who cast a single vote for any one of you. And I think it was shameful. And I hope our district can do better on that. The next thing I want to talk about is safety. This is getting bad, folks. Students and teachers are being injured. They're being attacked. I know that you're all in possession of an email from a teacher who was attacked and stabbed in the face by a student, received 5 stitches. And this is a student that should have been suspended already because he'd already hit another teacher in the head, causing her to be concussed and have to be driven by her principal to be examined. But that student still hadn't been, after the stabbing, suspended. Our discipline code states that that student should be put up for expulsion. I don't care if this student has an IEP of 504 or what. We're talking about the safety of students and staff. If anything, they could have held a manifestation meeting if the kid had that many days of suspension. But the special ed students do not get a special pass when it comes to committing aggressive acts. It's just after the 10th day of suspension, they have to have a manifestation meeting. Other than that, they have the same requirements. They are the law and ed code and our discipline policies apply to them equally, and they need to be used to keep our people safe. I wish these were the only people I'm talking about. We have people that have been tripped, that have been pushed over, that have had things thrown at them. We've had people that have left in ambulances. We have people that have had to go to, that have been placed on not administrative leave, that's the wrong leave, have been placed on workers' comp leaves because of workers' comp injuries coming directly from other students. We have to do better. People are getting afraid, and it's justifiably afraid. I don't know what it's gonna take to fix this. I think that we need to figure something out, because heaven help us if the news starts to report on the amount of violence coming out of the classrooms in BCSD. I also I very much appreciate what Jennifer Scott was talking about, and Lance and everybody about the technology. I want to bring up the multi-factor authentication that has been imposed or is being imposed. I understand the need to secure our email and secure our programs, but there's exactly zero reason for you to know where I'm logging in from. And it is a simple thing to do to turn off that location services for both Microsoft and Google when you're using that multi-factor authentication. Because if we can't do that, and if you guys can't come to the table and talk to us about this, and you just keep imposing this stuff, then I'm gonna have to do things like say, members, please don't check into district programs, lesson plans, emails, grade books, Google Classroom outside of official work hours or outside of assigned work locations. Never check on anything outside of your workday, period. And if we have to take that kind of hardcore position, I guess we will. Or we can work together to try and fix this instead of just having it imposed. But this is part of the problem, and that's a communication problem. It has been atrocious for years now. That's why I was excited to have someone like Dr. Fullenwider in my building. I'm happy to bring people here. We need to be working together and not so much against each other. Speaking of working against each other, it's bargaining time. And we are in our bargaining right now. And I'm going to tell you right now that my bargaining chair has not said it during bargaining sessions, but I'm going to say it. I don't believe that this district is bargaining in good faith. And I will tell you exactly why that is. This is a full contract year, success year, just like Dinah May said. We have the same thing. We have been talking for the last several years about issues that need to be addressed through bargaining. Things in the transfer language, things in the evaluation language. The district unilaterally stopped a process for comp time and flex time. The district also stopped a process that had been started probably improperly, but it was in place for compensating SLPs for the extra caseload that they had. All these things are things that should have been bargained, and we were told many times, we'll address it in bargaining. Come to the table, we'll talk about it in bargaining. So when we get to the bargaining table and we exchange our initial proposals, of which the district had 4, one is compensation, so there's no real language there. One is the stuff saying we're gonna bargain again in a few years. So there's really only 2 articles that they put language up on. The district, on 14 articles of language, proposed approximately 15 new or updated lines of language. 15 lines, not pages, not paragraph, 15 lines of new language in about 100 pages of contract. Beta proposed over 900 lines of it. We should not be the institutors of change. This is supposed to be a collaboration. It's not a collaboration. It's us bringing a whole bunch of language that has nothing to do with money. So we're not trying to bankrupt the district. We're trying to find ways to make things work better, more cohesively, and create that environment that we keep talking about where it's Team BCSD. And we're getting shut down. The district's coming back with their counters. You know what their counters are? Strike-throughs of everything that we offer. That's not bargaining. So, BCSD is sending the message that they like things the way they are. That they simply strike our language and our offerings and say no with zero actual bargaining or collaboration. There's a word for that. It's called stagnation. And apparently, that's what comes first to BCSD. Have a great day, folks.
Thank you, Steve. Moving on to number 3, Labor's International Union of North America, LIUNA, Local 777. Bob Boyd, President, not present. Moving on to letter E, Board of Education. We'll start with our board member comments. Tonight, Laura, you are up first.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to keep it short. We had the opportunity to attend the Kern County School Boards Association dinner over in McFarland, and let me just say that multi-purpose room is absolutely beautiful. If you ever get the chance to be out there, highly recommend you go visit. They had a whole presentation on robotics, on welding, pictures and video. It was just like, it was amazing. We also got to meet other board members there and just share information. Oh yeah, and they have a good coffee shop. I don't drink coffee, but they were serving raspados, natural, like fruit, not all that artificial stuff. And on another note, the BCSD Ed Foundation is having their teddy bear picnic coming up pretty soon. And I would encourage anybody that can attend, or if you can sponsor, reach out to somebody out here in the district or one of the directors. There's more information on the BCSD website. Thank you. What was that? I'm sorry? Yes, December 11th. It's good food and good raffle prices.
All righty, thank you, Laura. I am up next. Just a quick shout out to Voorhees was the school that I got to go to for the Community Partners Day. Great campus and real close to work. I enjoyed myself, and that'll be it this evening. Up next, after me, is CCP. Your turn.
I just want to start by saying thank you to all of our speakers. But, you know, in particular, I think it was Magali. Am I saying that right? Oh, she's not here anymore. And Anae. It takes a lot of bravery to come into these spaces with adults. I mean, and for all of the parents and like members of the district to be so brave and tell us like what you're experiencing. But for me, like it was, they did a really good job and were very respectful. And so that really stood out to me. I wanted to shout out Curran. They've had some growing pains over the last couple of years, but I got to go there for the Community Partners Day and see some of the extraordinary changes and things that are happening at that school. And I mean, shout out to our YISs, because I got to see the like restorative justice practices in action at the school site in kids who are already in conflict. And that was, it's not something you normally get to see. We hear about hypothetically as a board member, but like hearing from people students in conflict firsthand, talking to each other and trying to respectfully work through that conflict was very, very special. I'll echo what Laura said. Please go to the teddy bear picnic. It is so fun. Okay, I'm just gonna be silly for a second. When I joined the board, I thought it was like a picnic. Like I thought it was like, no, I mean, I didn't know.
Yeah.
No, but I was like, maybe they empty out the ballroom and we sit on blankets. I don't know. It's not. It's like a very fancy to do in a hotel. There's really nice silent auctions, live music. The kids perform. It's really special. I also wanted to shout out, you know, our extended learning programs. I know we're going to hear more about summer school later, but just did a lot of science nights. And I've gotten so much good feedback from the one specifically at downtown in Sequoia that the parents just really loved it. Sequoia is really special because they bring in community partners from BC as well. So it's like students from BC doing like science projects with the families and the kids at the school site. So there's a lot of really special learning that's happening, but I also just want to remind the parents in the room, I think the message that so many people said, but I think Kayla really, you know, hit the nail on the head with be an adult that children feel safe to be with. It's a really contentious time, especially in our middle schools. Like, you know, people don't always speak respectfully to one another in the media, in the world. And our first impulse is to want to protect our children. But as adults, like we have to set a good example and not react like negatively. And that's not about anyone in this room, but just for me, like, you know, personally, there's been some parents who are very, very worked up and maybe not their best self in that moment. And I feel really blessed that they called me and we got to talk through it. And that they went to their school site principal and their FACE liaison and had people who met them and were able to help them find solutions instead of like punching another parent. Please don't punch other parents. That is not a good solution. So like, I know it's kind of funny that I'm saying that out loud, but when you want to protect your child, like sometimes you just want to physically throw your whole body into protecting your child, but we have to remember, right? There are other systems and structures that we can implement, and the children are always watching us, and we have to set good examples. Lastly, it's Halloween, y'all. So please do not give your children sugar for breakfast on Friday when they go to school, because it's going to be a hard day for everyone who works in BCSD as is. So just, I know there's like lots of trunk or treats happening every night. There's a bunch happening like right now. But don't let the kids eat. I know you can do it. Let your kids eat whatever they want, but I'm just saying, if you could not give them all of the sugar before they come to school in the day, where they crash out, that would be really great. But happy holidays. Oh, lastly, Pam Bauer, sorry. I'm wearing pink for you. I literally bought this because I was like, I'm going to wear this in October to honor Breast Cancer Awareness Month, because before you, I had never gotten a mammogram, and now it is like completely on my radar. So I appreciate that you make the community announcement every year and that you keep it in the front of our brains by having fabulous hair. So thank you so much. Thank you to our president.
All right, going on to Brooke Malley.
Just a couple things for me too. I also wanted to compliment Anae and Magali for coming out and speaking tonight. We love it that the public feels comfortable speaking to us, but I think especially we're proud when the students come up and they were confident. They did a great job. So we love hearing them and we love hearing their opinions. We'll definitely take into consideration what was said. This time of year, I think last year we reminded everyone too, it's getting dark quickly. The fog might be coming out, so please be careful. We've had so many incidents. We have so many walkers. We have so many students that are walking to their bus stop. So if you're driving, please, slow down, be careful. Just assume that there's always a student there. I know that when I'm driving to work, I see BCSD students getting on the bus. Same when I'm coming home from work. So with the change in weather, please keep that on your mind. I know we have quite a few superintendent search forums coming up. I know that we also I as a parent received a parent square that asked for feedback. So just a reminder, if you receive that, make sure you're either part of one of these community forums or that you are providing your input for the feedback for our superintendent search. And then last thing was, for those of you that don't know, I work in a high school, and I was doing a home visit on Monday, and I saw some BCSD folk out in the wild doing home visits too, and it was so cool. We're actually like at the same residence for brother and sister, and it was Monday morning. It was a little bit cold. It was early, but it just made me really happy to see them. And I knew from the way they're walking, I was like, oh, they're doing the same thing we are. They just were going in there determined, but approachable as well, and leaving their sign. And it made me appreciate all the work that we're doing to get kids to school, because this is the time of year where things get challenging. Luckily, Halloween's on a Friday, right? So I don't think we're going to have the same drop off this year. I think I'm just going to let my son eat all his candy in one night so that I don't torture his teacher and have him spend the Monday on a sugar high, but he'll probably find some from somebody else. Always winds up in his pockets. But that is it for me. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you, Brooke. Moving on to Mike Eggert.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to thank Soren Waterhouse and his family for coming in and leading us into the flag salute. We need to show the diversity of our school district, and I think it's important to give every child the opportunity and to be showcased here at our board meeting. It's very important. And I appreciate the principal at Eisler. I appreciate his parents allowing him to come and participate in that. I think it's a nice thing. I know last year I had a student, an autistic student from Stern Middle School, and that was very touching. But that's the diversity of our school, and those are our students, and we should be very proud. One thing I've always preached since I've been on this board, and I know that Dinah May had mentioned about the person over the radio telling the other person, thank you. And, people know that has been my thing from the beginning, and calling people out and calling administrators out to use that word, thank you, and appreciations to our staff. It's not that hard. It shows that you care and appreciate the job that each one of us do every day for our students. And even if that person had a bad day, thanking them will keep that in mind, saying, wow, I didn't think I did that well, but that will remind him that tomorrow will be better. And he knows that other people on the staff appreciate the job that we all have to do. And as I always say, every opportunity I get to any staff member that I start talking to is at the end telling them, thank you. Thank you for coming to work today. Thank you for being there, you know, and especially the ladies and gentlemen in the office and the they're dealing with everything. But, you know, thank you. You know, it's such a simple 2 words to say, but we find that we don't use it enough. And we can get a lot more out of people with appreciating everything they do with a simple word. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Moving on to our second item in this agenda section, our superintendent's report. Dr. Carlene Aguilera-Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, buenas noches, magandang umaga. I will start with deep appreciation to the community at Franklin Elementary School and led by Ms. Carla Tafoya for the outstanding community breakfast and event. Students, staff, coaches, well, not just organized, but seeing the students presenting and showcasing what they do at the school and how they take ownership of their own learning, it is impressive. And students from 3rd, 5th, 6th grade, and the ambassadors, they were outstanding. So thank you so very much. And I really got, even though I have visited the school and spent 2 hours at the school before in every classroom, I got a deeper level of understanding of the school. So thank you so very much. I will not speak too much because I want to show what is possible. I want to show that even though there is still a lot of work to be done, absolutely. And we also need to highlight some of the strengths, some of the assets that the district have in our schools. So what I would like to just... I'm Carolina Aguilera-Ford, and your name is? Juantis. Great meeting you, Juantis, and thank you so much for coming. It's great to have you here. Come on in.
We are gathered here to ambassador our schools.
I think we are here to see how our schools are and see how we're doing.
I think that we are here to represent our school. I also believe that we are going to learn why we are fellows and what it means. I think we are here to get to know some people, and I think that we are here to improve our leadership skills.
We really just had collaboration with a lot of people. I feel like it's important because we can make new friends and might as well give each other's perspective.
So what was great about today is that I learned, I met my new friend, as you can see here, and I learned how to collab with different people from different schools, and today was a great day too.
These images represent the first one. The video is what we call the Superintendent Fellows. Those are students that represent each one of our schools, and they come and meet with me, and they provide me with their perspective and feedback about their experience, but not just what is not working, but actually what is working and what could we do better in our schools. I highlighted to them that as a second language learner, English, my second language, I also had to learn to figure out how to connect and communicate, and they understand that they are representing every single student at their school sites. And they had that possibility out there, and that's when we are building the real BCSD, because these kids are representing your communities. And so I am very, very proud of every single one of these students. 42 students came to meet with me, and we spent 3 hours together. And I visited one school, And one of the kids asked me, when are we meeting again? And so just for you to know, when we listen to the voices of our students, we can actually get to something real because it's their experience. And the last set of slides, this Saturday, I had the pleasure of visiting the Link Academy. And the work of these ladies that lead the Lead Academy and the work of Mr. Neal in organizing the work, it was also really, really heartwarming. People planned the lessons that the students were receiving. I don't know for how long, because every single classroom that I visited on Saturday had the slides, had the experiments, had the tools, every single piece prepared, and they deliver the content, even though they are not scientific, they are not scientists, they are not biologists, and they actually learned the lesson about the lymphatic system. And kids were engaged, working, writing, and speaking about the content. So Mr. Neal and the Link Academy, thank you, because that also shows the promises that we have in the district. Mr. President, that's my message today.
Thank you very much. All righty, we'll move right on to item number 3, the Cultural Heritage Recognition for November, Native American History Month.
That would be me.
That's you.
Okay, let's see. Bakersfield City School District recognizes the heritage of Native Americans in our schools and community and encourages all students, staff, and Bakersfield City families to deepen their understanding of the Native American community by celebrating their histories, cultures, and contributions. Here in Bakersfield, we acknowledge that our schools and community are situated on the ancestral lands of the Yokits people, and we honor their enduring presence and contributions to our region's history and culture. The month of November is a time to celebrate rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories, and to acknowledge the important contributions of Native people. In 1986, Congress called upon President Ronald Reagan to designate the week of November 23 to the 30th as American Indian Week. Then in 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed Public Law 101-343, proclaiming November as National American Indian Heritage Month. The selection of November is significant, as it marks the conclusion of the traditional harvest season and was generally a time of thanksgiving and celebration for many tribes. The observance eventually became more widely known as Native American Heritage Month, a change reflecting more inclusive language and a broader recognition of contributions from all indigenous peoples, including Alaska Natives. The Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit the BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide on our district website, which features activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate Native American heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 4, LGBTQ History Month, recognition for October.
It is recommended that the Board of Education adopt resolution number E4, recognizing October as LGBTQ+ History Month and reaffirming the district's commitment to ensuring that every student, staff member, and family, including those who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, or asexual, is respected, protected, and supported. This resolution reflects the Bakersfield City School District's unwavering dedication to equity, equality, and belonging, and to providing learning environments that are inclusive, affirming, and safe for all, regardless of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. Whereas the month of October is nationally recognized as LGBTQ+ History Month, honoring the history, resilience, and contributions of LGBTQ+ individuals who have helped shape our communities, culture, and civil rights, and whereas the Bakersfield City School District acknowledges that students and families who identify as members of the LGBTQ plus community deserve school environments that affirm their dignity, identity, and humanity. And whereas BCSD reaffirms its moral and professional responsibility to ensure that every child, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, has a right to learn in an environment that is physically safe, emotionally supportive, and free from discrimination, harassment, or fear. And whereas the district believes that inclusive practices, affirming curriculum, and equitable policies contribute to a greater sense of belonging and academic success for all students. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the courage and resilience of LGBTQ plus students, families, and staff, and honors their essential role in enriching the cultural, academic, and civic life of our community. And whereas the Bakersfield City School District aligns its actions with the California Education Code, state non-discrimination laws, and its own board policies and administrative regulations that ensure the rights of all students and employees to equitable treatment and opportunity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and the Bakersfield City School District, number 1, recognize and proclaims the month of October as LGBTQ plus History Month in the Bakersfield City School District. Number 2, affirms the right of every student, staff member, and family to feel safe, valued, and included regardless of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. Number 3, commits to fostering inclusive and protective learning environments that celebrate diversity, promote understanding, and uphold the dignity of all members of the BCSD community. Number 4, supports professional development and learning opportunities for staff to deepen awareness and capacity in creating inclusive, affirming, and equitable spaces for LGBTQ plus students and families. And 5, directs the superintendent to communicate this resolution broadly, promote awareness throughout the district, and ensure that all district policies and practices reflect BCSD's commitment to equity, safety, and belonging for every student.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, our November 18th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. It is recommended that the board hold that meeting, but also allow for board members to attend virtually should it become necessary.
I move that we approve.
I second.
Thank you, thank you. Any discussion on this item?
I'm gonna abstain from this vote.
Cool. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And 1 abstention. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, Administrative Hearing Panel. It is recommended that the Administrative Hearing Panel's recommendations be approved.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you, thank you. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to letter F. The board will take a 5-minute recess. To our item G, educational services. We'll start with our assistant superintendent's report, Mrs. Laura Orozco, and you'll be filling in.
I'm actually number 2. I'm just ready to go.
Oh, yes, okay, in that case, straight to the summer learning camp. Oh, right.
Yeah, Mr. Orozco is not here, but.
Yep,
Mr. Roscoe is not here.
thank you.
but
Second
Jen-
item.
Jen Santillan will be presenting. That is not Laura Roscoe.
I am not, but good evening. Thank you, and I will be presenting a review of our summer learning program that we had. And so the purpose of our summer learning program that we had this last summer was to provide a comprehensive program focused on enrichment activities that align with the compliance of ELOP, which is our Extended Learning Opportunities Program. We also wanted to establish a culture around our STEAM program and engage our family and community into our schools. So we had 2 sessions this summer. So you can see up here, our first session ran from June 9th through July 4th. We had 6 elementaries, 2 junior high schools. It was a combination of general education and ESY on the same campus. And over the course of the 4 weeks, our students engaged in ELA, art, science, engineering, coding, and we were able to add arts integration into our program this year. Session 1 had an AM program and a PM program. The PM program did run till 6 p.m. and was operated by the Boys and Girls Club. Session 1 also included our dual immersion program. So we have a short video of our session 1.
Hi, good to see you, Alyssa. I'm happy you're here. I'm here at summer school. I'm learning new things. I'm hanging out with my friends and building stuff, and I'm enjoying it here. I really love it. I learned how to make new friends, how to be nice and kind, respectful, and having fun.
All right, so we ran 2 sessions this last summer. So session 2 ran for 2 weeks in July. It was just for our elementary school students for 1st through 6th grade. We offered an AM program and a PM program, and it was a 9-hour day for students. And the 2 weeks were a combination of a variety of STEAM exploration activities, SEL, and art. So we had a variety of programs that ran this summer. You can see our attendance here. So I just listed out all of the programs that we ran. The way I listed it was a half-day program. We offered a half-day program or a full-day program for all of our students that participated in session 1 and session 2. So you can see the enrollment, and then you can see the average attendance for each of those programs. And then I included the other programs that ran this summer, which I'll talk about in a minute. During session 1, our special education department hosted extended school year. Their program was modeled after the general education classes to provide students with enrichment activities that were associated with art and engineering and coding. And then during our camp, during our camps in the PM portion of the day, we offered additional mini camps. And so here we offered a remote control car class. We offered this at Eisler and at Evergreen. So it's students that got to learn about engineering the remote control cars, they got to build them, and then they got to take them home and they raced them. So there's a lot of videos embedded in this, so if you want to peruse it later, you can. At Voorhees and at Longfellow, we did our bike engineering class where students learned all about building bikes, they learned about bike safety, and then they got to take those bikes home. We had 20 students at each school that participated in that. We were also able to host a very popular summer sports program at Game Day Sports. There's a video there, again, you can watch that later, that shows you all of the activities that students participated in. We had about 200 students participate in that. It was very popular, and that was a half-day program. And then during our summer program, we set a program up where we took each of the elementary schools to the STEAM Yard and the Buena Vista Museum. So each elementary school spent a week at the STEAM Yard and at the Buena Vista Museum in the PM portion of the day. All right. And then over at Cato, Mr. Tony Richardson, he hosted Girls Robotics Camp. So about 18 girls participated in this camp, and they spent a week engaging in engineering, coding, and video production. The culminating activity was a field trip to Cal State Bakersfield, where they got to explore the geology class, the physics lab, a chemistry lab, and then they got to go into the fab lab and build a robotics car. In addition to all those camps, we had an intercession program that ran at the Boys and Girls Club Clubhouse. This ran from June 2nd through August 8th. It was available for 9 hours a day, and students were able to spend the day there engaging in SEL, art, and a variety of STEAM activities. You can see they grew gardens, they learned how to bake, they had yoga classes going on. We had about 150 students participate in that. And then over at Stern, Mr. Stone hosted the Summer Music Academy Camp. So he had about 200 students participate in this, where BCSD teachers, along with local musicians and choir instructors, came together and provided music and choir instruction to the students, and then they had that culminating performance. All right, this last summer, we also took students to ROC and CTEC. You can see here we had about 182 students participate. They went to ROC on Mount Vernon and then CTEC out on Old River. Each student got to choose 2 classes that they wanted to attend over the course of this camp. See some pictures here, and there's videos embedded here. Some of the classes that they had access to were welding, culinary classes, hair braiding, screen printing, firefighting, and vet tech. And then Daisy and her migrant team offered a very full summer for our migrant students. You can see here, they were everywhere. They were at Fresno State, they were at USC, the LA Zoo. So it very engaging program for our migrant students this summer. And you can see those numbers that participated in that. And then Mr. Lewis Neal, he always does an amazing job with NYSP. So he and his team were out at BC, and they had students participating in a variety of sports like swimming and basketball and football. And the kids absolutely love it. There's a video link there when you have time to watch that. You can hear all their feedback and just how much they enjoyed that summer with him and his team. All right, any questions?
No questions, but I do have a compliment on the bike engineering and building. That one was really good. I heard good things from both Voorhees and the other school. The kids really enjoyed it. Some of the kids were saying maybe they should put more kids for this. And I was like, what do you mean put more kids for this? Well, they didn't pick me, but I think sometimes parents don't read the notices that get sent out. Or, you know, you get too many messages on Parent Square, and but that one was a really good one. And I mean, the bikes were beautiful.
Oh, I'm so glad that you heard positive feedback about that. Thank you.
The summer camping, is it also open for the special needs?
They are.
Absolutely.
I remember this summer when the Game Sports Academy event came up, and it was a little bit short notice. If we're gonna do that this summer, do you think there'll be a little bit more notice for parents to make plans?
Yes, it's
Okay.
already been board approved for all of the intersessions and next summer. So on our online portal that we have all of our activities that they live all on there, you'll see it posted there. Yeah,
Okay.
and that will definitely come out much
Awesome.
earlier.
And then my other question was just, is there anything that we're gonna do maybe for this coming summer to recruit more students to be involved in the programs that we have in the summer?
Yes, we're actually working with communications on a different commercial this year to recruit students, and with the hope that we bring in additional camps that might spark interest of other students. The sports camp was a huge hit. We didn't realize how big it was gonna be, and so just anticipating the interest in that and being able to send more students, that is something that we're
I would love
working
to
on.
see space for current students that have come and spoke to us about not having a gym.
Well, and I will say, I went to the NYSP, and Mr. Lisnell spent a lot of time recruiting students like from places like Kern,
Okay.
but also students who had transitioned into high school and were former BCSD students to be mentors at the athletics camp. It was really cool. They had pickleball too. Sorry, I did a whole day like following them around. It was really wonderful.
I think he thinks he's an employee of BC now, because he spent so much time there.
Listen, we'll take him.
I made the mistake of not sending my son to summer school or summer camp, excuse me. The first year, and I went out and visited, and I saw how incredible it was, and went this year, and it was amazing. And just riding the bus was an incredible experience.
I know, don't they love riding the bus?
So you guys are doing great things.
I have some questions. Something I brought up in December and January and talked many months to the prior superintendent about was providing some experiences for the kids. And I noticed we did it for migrant. And I was reassured by him up to May that a report would come to us in May telling us what these experiences were that these children got to see. And as I see, nothing got, I'm not faulting you. I'm disappointed because I was reassured that by the former superintendent that it was going to be in the plan, that there were going to be these experiences that these kids look forward to. You know, and I'd given some examples about taking the kids fishing or local things. And, you know, I was very disappointed because, you know, the program is here, there's money here to do these things, and it just like, nobody listened. And I would hope that again this year that we can look at that. I mean, it's October. Well, I'm starting to preach about it in October, but I just give these kids that never, you know, I'm not going to give my mission story to Santa Barbara that I do every time with that, but many of these kids have never seen the ocean. Many of these kids have never been up in the mountains. Many of these kids have never been fishing it. I mean, it's so simple task that there's no reason why that we can't give these children the experiences and broaden that. I think we get so caught up in making, you know, having this program. I think the perception that the public has about this program, it's only for children that need the extra studies. And then it's like, oh no, you're not part of that list. So you have to wait to go on the waiting list. And then by the time summer school gets ready to stand, and I will call it summer school. I'm sorry, I don't like the word summer camp. It's a fault, you know, and it's like it's, you know, we need to be what it is. But we also have to show them that this is better than summer school. And it's just like the time those parents finally get a call that say their children are eligible to come, it's the Monday, the first day. They've already made plans for the summer, you know? So a lot of the children aren't given the opportunity to begin with. And I'm very disappointed in that respect, that we have to have this. Like, no, it's open for these only students at the beginning until we don't get enough. Well, the numbers show we don't get enough. You know, considering, you know, 27,000 students, and that's our numbers. It's too great of a program that we should be opening it up and advertising it. And every child that wants to attend should be able to attend and experience this. And I think that will just excite them. But, you know, one thing I said, I was disappointed that there were none of those experiences that I had, you know, preached about and talked about were ever done. Thank you.
When do we start buying equipment for next year's summer program?
We're working on it now.
So I thought like it's usually like 8 months before you.
Yeah.
And then it's not in the slideshow, so you'll probably have to speak anecdotally or maybe email us in the update. But I was curious, from the student population that did the summer camp, do we know how their attendance has been, expulsions have been, grades have been? Like, have we seen any marked improvement in student learning from the kids who did these summer programs, or is that not something we're able to track?
We can get you that information.
I mean, and anything,
Since
doesn't have to be all
we
of
know who
that, but,
attended, yeah.
yeah, but just in any of it, where it shows the correlation between this, you know, not just air conditioning for the kids in the summer, but, you know, also it is reflected in their learning.
Yeah, we can definitely get that for you.
Awesome.
One quick question. Are you guys planning on having the bike engineering program again, perhaps at two other school sites?
We'll try to switch it up, and we're trying to add some new and exciting things to draw in a different student we want to try to spark the interest of all kids, and so what interests everybody, and so, yeah.
I think the bike opportunity is great if we did it at other school sites, like on the other side of town, since I don't know, just, that one was a good one. It really was.
They really enjoyed it, yeah.
Yeah.
Do they do a safety component?
Yeah, they do a safety component, and they also had,
they get to keep the bikes.
yeah, they
get
kept the bikes,
helmets and
yeah.
all the
And then
gear.
they also had like an opportunity drawing,
Mhm.
and if you answered questions, your name, cause my kid won the bike stand.
Oh, okay.
He's all, I had to answer 5 questions. I was like, what was the question? He's all like, safety, duh. Excuse me. But yeah, it was a really good one.
Mike?
Is there, one other thing, sorry. Is there any way we can expand the amount of students that are eligible or that can go to the CTEC or ROC program? I mean, that broaden that availability to get more students involved?
Is that the Kern High one?
That's
This
the
is the one with
yes.
Kern
They
High.
limit us, right?
Do they limit us?
There is
Okay.
a limit. I'm
Okay.
gonna defer to Brooke on
Yeah,
this.
they limit us, they give us the number of spots every year, by program. So we
Okay.
get 2 spots for every one of the courses that they teach.
Okay.
And so it gets us to about 210 unless they add or subtract any courses.
Okay.
I mean, unless we want to take kids to McFarland, they seem like they got a lot.
You really?
Start busting them over.
I know, right?
But we have something that we're gonna approve soon with the cinema.
Yeah,
That would be a
that'd
great
be dope.
program.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
No, I just see that as a great opportunity. You know, maybe we convince, you know, one of the board members on Kern High to give us more slots, you know.
Compared to last year, I can't believe how many programs you did this year. Like,
There
you
is a
guys
lot.
grew a lot.
There is a lot of summer activity going
Yeah,
on.
yeah. I mean, the exponential growth is really admirable. And then when you're like, we're doing more stuff, we're
We're doing
diversifying it
more.
more, I'm like, okay.
We start planning in August, so.
Yeah, it's great.
And I just want to add, on the fishing comment, I remember asking Mr. Luque on it, and it was like a huge liability, taking a bunch of kids out fishing, especially out there. You need more supervision. So that one was kind of a tricky one, you know, taking a whole bunch of kids out there fishing. You know, anytime you take kids near water, you need more hands on deck. So.
I'll teach you
I agree with you there, but there's more, I would just use that as an example of one thing
Yeah.
to bring up, but it was something that, I don't mean to harp on the old, but, it was something that I was led to believe that there would be something and there was nothing, and that's where I'm disappointed.
Something new.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, because I think I talked about it quite often.
Cool. Any more discussion on this? Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was awesome.
We'll move on to item number 3, which is the service agreement for the youth cinema project for ALOP. It is recommended that the board approve the contract.
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Okay, we have motion second. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah,
Discussion?
I've, you know, got a little bit of exposure to this. At the bilingual school board association, I probably said the wrong name.
Latino School Board Association or
Latino.
the CABE? Oh.
The conference.
Okay, where there was a representative, the person that runs this program, and talked a little bit about it. I think there's such a great opportunity for students with this and the process. And we saw some of this up at McFarland, where they have kind of a program much differently, not so much the cinema part, but at least it kind of made me more excited about this program and the opportunity for our students to expose them to every characteristic of making a movie. And like Bonnie had said, and I don't know if it was Bonnie or it was Dr. Aguilar Fort that said there was a student that was autistic that caught on to the technical part, the wiring and all the different aspects of that, and actually became an expert at that. And so there's opportunities it shows for everybody, and I think this is a great opportunity for our students in the district.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
I'm also just excited for new things. I feel like some of our field trips are recycled during the summer and during the school year, and students have been certain places. So I'm excited for new things. And also I love how I know CTEC has a video program as well. So junior, senior year students, if they're interested, then they can go learn more about it. And it's almost a pathway. All you skip a couple years. So very excited.
Cool.
Yeah, there's two things for me. One of them is, I know East High, I know BHS. I don't know the west side of town as well, but I know a lot of our local high schools have video production. And so this is a great way for us to be giving the kids a pathway they can jump into their freshman year if it's something they want to continue to pursue. But more importantly, I like that there's a focus on culture here. Last month, we voted to a resolution about ethnic studies. And, it's often said the stories of our ancestors live in the earth. And I think in Bakersfield, there's so many stories that are untold, especially in marginalized communities, and giving kids a new venue to tell those stories and share those stories with the world is a really powerful thing that we are doing. And our superintendent said, when we ask the kids, they will tell us. I can't wait to see what they tell us through this program.
I just want to make a comment on that. I've always talked about turning a negative into a positive. There's all these kids out on social media, just, good at making videos, and a lot of it is negative, and this is the perfect opportunity for them to understand really the film industry, right? And turn something negative into a positive and in a safe environment. So this really has my vote. Support. Yeah.
It doesn't mean if you managed an Insta of school fights that you get to be in this program.
Right. But if you teach them the good,
that's true. I don't know.
They have the skills to film.
Yes. Alrighty. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 4, agreement between Thinking Maps Inc. and Bakersfield City School District. Recommended that agreement be approved.
No, I don't approve it.
Before we discuss, we have to have a motion and a second, please.
This is Chris. I move to approve this item for discussion.
I second it.
All right. Now let's talk about it.
No.
It's just, I know I've been very vocal. I think I've probably brought up Thinking Maps like 4 times in the past 6 months because the contract has a lot of money, but I have heard that teachers use it and like it. And I believe this is the training component of it.
So the board did approve the actual RFP. Then after the RFP that was awarded to this organization comes the contract. And so this is the execution of what the board had approved, I believe was before I joined the district. I think you did approve in June. And indeed, several of our teachers in classrooms in our schools are using the Thinking Maps. I would venture to tell the board if indeed through this year, through the assessment and evaluation of the usage, we can actually look at, is this size of the contract the one that we want, or we want to make sure that only the schools that really are using it will get it. That's a different possibility. But today, teachers are using it, schools are using it, and this is the formal approval of the contract for that.
Of course they're using it. They can't get on Canva. Sorry, I'm being smart.
Any other discussion, Mike?
And I've talked to people. I know there's been a big push the last few years about training the facilitators, our own people to do this training. And I know some schools have been very aggressive with it. We also have some of our executive directors that have been trained with trained on doing the staff. I think what we really need to look at is really seeing, like you said, who's using it. We need to get some numbers, not just a few. Oh yeah, there's districts. There's You know, because I've talked to staff and, you know, some schools love it, you know, every component of it. You know, some schools don't use it at all. You know, and my daughter's a first grade teacher. She loves it. I mean, uses it for everything, you know. But then the person next door doesn't use it as much. You know, I think it's just, you know, how they feel. So I think we really need to look at some true data of the numbers that are actually using it, because it's a very costly item.
Hey, yes, almost $1 million.
I also feel though that if it's something that saves teachers time to work on something else, you know, for all the teachers that do use it, you know, them having to create their own maps would be really time consuming too. So, but I also would like to look further into it and see what the numbers are.
I mean, I guess the schools do individual plans of programs that they want. And so I just don't understand if there are school sites that use this a lot. I'm assuming a lot more the elementary schools. But I don't know, maybe it's both. Is this in their plans, and are we doing it from that scope, or are we just one size fits alling it for all the school sites and all the programs to the cost of $1 million when the capacity of its usage might not be 42 schools?
That's a really good point that you brought up, because and I'm not on the instructional side, but looking at through the contract part coming through, it was packaged based on the district staff reaching out and assessing the school site plans and which schools had interest in participating in thinking maps. The interest in the number of schools who want to participate is so large that individually, if each school was contracting, we're exceeding the bid threshold for what should be the public procurement process. So that's where they, based on the interest that the schools expressed of who wanted to participate in thinking maps, that's what formed the guidelines for the RFP when they were packaging how many schools they thought they needed somebody who could accommodate, or a firm that could accommodate training in that area to that size. And so your comment was right on track with how this process initiated with the RFP, because of the number of schools who expressed their interest in participating had in past years. And we reached the point that there were so many schools that were interested in participating that it was exceeding the dollar amount that we really legally could, without going out for competitive process and seeing what available vendors there were to provide this type of service. And so Thinking Maps was awarded the RFP, saying we can do business with them. Tonight's item, so that's already been approved. Tonight's item, the contract sets the terms, expectations, and understandings that the company will comply with the district when they go forward with that service, if that helps.
No, it does help. And I guess my question still goes back to, like, something you said a second ago was, we put out the bid for the RFP. Did we have multiple bids in this process? And when we asked the school sites, would you like a service that does this, this, and this? Was it, would you like the mind maps, or would you like, you know, more technology? Like, what was the inquiry to those schools? Like, was it this? Do you know what I'm asking? Because it's like with the RFP, we put it out to everyone.
Like, what was the scope included within the RFP for services? Yes. And I wish Laura was here tonight to speak to it, but David is here tonight from purchasing, and Mrs. Chapman is here tonight, and I think both of you are more close to that work to answer that question.
So the RFP was really based on providing the professional development for the teachers. Like Mrs. Gladden has mentioned, we had so many sites that are involved.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Chapman, but people on YouTube can't hear you unless you're on the mic.
Thank you for the reminder. So the RFP was for the professional development. Like Mrs. Gladden said, we are exceeding the bid limit each year for the number of schools that want to participate in this training. We have schools that have been in this training for multiple years. We have also had a great push recently, because this is such an amazing strategy for a lot of different learners and language learners, as well as those learners who are more visual. So we're having a lot of success with it. I've seen it in action in so many classrooms just recently. It just seems like it's really kind of built a lot of excitement in the classroom for teachers, because our students are able to really organize their thoughts and prepare for whether they're breaking down an article, or whether they're preparing for a writing assignment, or they're learning about a specific topic and organizing their thoughts. So when we put the RFP out, it was really focused just on the training and providing professional development. We are also, like somebody mentioned earlier, working on a trainer of trainer model so that we have more people throughout the district who can support it internally. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it helps a lot, like, to understand, because I just think, for the people who don't like this, the teachers who don't like this, they really don't like it, and they yell at us a lot about it, and $1 million is a lot of money, like, that's a lot of money, and that's just the training component. So it
Right.
feels-
And can I just add to this is that that is all we can spend this year. So I can tell you that that's the max we can spend for this particular year. We may not reach that depending on the services that our schools need and write into their school plans.
And so that's a really, really helpful distinction. And think, like, to both of you, thank you, because this is really helping me a lot. Like, this is up to, this is not us writing a check for $1 million.
Right.
This is, the services can go up to this cap.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Because that's totally different.
But what would a lower end be of that, like a reasonable?
Is there a
lower end?
minimum on that?
What was it last year?
So the amount that we pay will be based on the schools that actually participate and the number of days of services and training, or hours, maybe hours is more appropriate than days. So to be determined based off of the schools who participate.
And I believe in the next couple, I know I have a board update for you that will talk about the number of schools, the campuses, the number of teachers who are being trained, and some updates about the usage. And I believe that's due in the next week or so, so I think you're going to get it in a couple of weeks.
And do teachers get paid for going to those trainings too?
It depends on when the training is being held. So if they're being provided a substitute and it's happening during their workday, then obviously we're paying for the substitute, and that comes out of the school site budget. It's not part of this contract. And then the school site, should they have training outside of the instruction, the workday, then they do pay their teachers project pay. Again, that is out of their school site budget. So that is not included in this amount.
Got it.
Well, any more discussion on this item? I believe we'll be doing a roll call vote, so we'll start at the end and work our way back down here. We ready for that? Yeah. Okay, so the motion is to approve of this contract. Mike?
Yes.
Yes, it was. My motion was to approve it. I made a motion to approve this, so we can discuss.
Yes.
But no, Laura didn't make a motion. I made the motion.
Go ahead.
And Anthony seconded.
So you voted, sorry,
Sorry,
Mike,
we
your vote?
skipped Mike.
Yes.
Chris?
Yes.
Brooke?
Yes.
Laura?
You're twisting my arm. Yes.
And I'm voting yes as well. Thank you.
But I'm sorry, I should have asked. Can we get a little bit of history on last year? Maybe later on in the.
In an
That's a great
update.
An update
yeah.
Like how
on
much was spent
how much
last
was
year?
spent and how many schools, and just to see what.
And not just the professional development, but also on the cost of the app, like if we could see the cumulative cost of both the contract for the service.
Right.
And the PD from last year. It just
And the
gives
year
us an
before
idea.
that.
Yeah, whatever.
I like to see a little bit of history.
Whatever you have. I don't know.
Especially if it comes back, yep. Okay, moving on to item number 5, a renewal of the agreement with the City of Bakersfield and the City of Bakersfield and Bakersfield Police Department for the School Resource Officer Services. It is recommended that agreement be approved.
This is Laura. I move that we approve this.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, and we'll open up for discussion.
So I asked for this to be moved from the consent agenda because I have a couple of questions. And one of them is a really important lingering concern for me. And that is that our former superintendent made a commitment that our contract and work that we did with the Bakersfield Police Department would never result in our children being arrested. And that was a commitment made by him through his leadership. It wasn't anything codified in writing. And I just wanted to make sure, as we're moving forward with this relationship, that that same sentiment will exist in this district, because that really, I understand the necessary partnership. I just don't want to help the police arrest our kids. I don't know who I'm directing that question at. I don't know if it's to you or to the representative from the BPD.
I
don't
am
know.
calling Dr. Fulenwider. He can explain because
Okay,
he leads
that
that part
sounds
of the
great.
process. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Fullenwider.
Good evening. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the intent of the partnership is not to arrest children, but to, provide the services and address chronic absenteeism and mentoring and other law enforcement related things that generally schools have to involve law enforcement in. However, again, the Bakersfield Police Department, if there's a crime or something that does happen and they have to do what they have to do, then they have to do that. But that's not the intent of the school resource officer.
Could you explain a little bit more? Because I know, especially in the wake of Genesis Mata and then also another young person we lost recently, people don't understand what the resource officers and our staff do together. Could you talk a little bit about that and kind of explain that to the community?
Yeah, so it is a partnership where our school resource officer does work with our associate school social workers quite frequently on doing home visits in areas to address attendance. There's a supportive relationship. Sometimes the reason why kids don't come to school isn't the school, but is something that's in the community that we can't handle, but law enforcement can assist us with. And what we find really valuable is that we have a wonderful officer, Fabian Constantino, who knows our community, is from our community, and is, from our vantage point, can tell that our community trusts him. And it facilitates and breaks down a lot of barriers and conversations and is very helpful. And when an emergency does happen, or we have to call out for law enforcement, we know that we have somebody who understands our kids and our community to work with them, which is preferable to, honestly, just the average, probably police officer, right, who doesn't have that same relationship.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if that answers that.
No, it does, because before I was on this board, I didn't understand that their role was to go with our staff and go to houses and just make sure things were okay for everybody there, and to be that support and that bridge. Like, I didn't understand that, but that's still the relationship even now.
Yes.
Okay.
I do have issues with this, just not having counselors within the school district anymore, not having a permanent social worker on every campus, which I continue to think is an absolute necessity. I feel like resource officers are used after a problem has already happened, and I think we need more preventative. But I do like to hear that it's one specific person, you know his name, and there's continuity in our relationship. So that's what gives me the ability to move forward on this.
Go ahead, Mike.
Will that person be in uniform or will they be plainclothes?
No, they're in uniform.
Okay, thank you.
But they also are in uniform and armed when they do a lot of community development with us, right? Like they're a constant presence in the district.
That's a part of the
Yeah.
policies of the Bakersfield Police Department for them to be in uniform when they're on service.
Any
And
more? Go ahead.
I had one more. I'm sorry if this is redundant, but also, like, I've seen this anecdotally, but I know this is our stance as a district as well, that our liaison won't be working with any immigration officials or anyone that would be looking for undocumented folks in any role in those, like, door knocking visits or anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. I just wanted someone to tell me these things for sure, so I appreciate you.
Happy to affirm them on the record.
And I imagine too that he's trained in that capacity to understand what to do, what not to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Any other discussion? I would just like to add that although I have heard nothing but positivity from employees who work with our officer, it should be mentioned that not all of the neighborhoods that we serve trust the police. And that should just be said. I'm sure I'll be in the minority on this vote, but wanted to be sure that that is mentioned, considering the constituents that we do serve. Cool. Any other discussion? Cool. We'll do a roll call vote starting at the end. Mike?
Yes.
CCB?
Yes.
Brooke?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
And I will be a no. Going on to letter H, the Assistant Superintendent's report. That is you, Mrs. Sherry Gladden.
Good evening. I have no formal report tonight. I did just want to give mention. Tonight's board agenda, you see a reoccurring theme on the consent agenda of board items that are towards the district's goals and efforts to implement the zero emission bus fleet, as we have a requirement that's approaching in 2035 to be in compliance. And so kudos to the entire operations team because it really is a joint effort and this is a huge project. But you do see the items on tonight's consent agenda for the equipment. On the last two board meetings, you saw resolutions as we seek funding. And so just to update the board that the district staff continues towards that effort, and you will continue to see board items coming forward to you each month as we continue down that pathway. So thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to letter I, Human Resources. Number 1 is the Assistant Superintendent's Report. Mrs. Christine Cornejo.
Thank you, President Fuentes. I do have items under my division this evening. I have a couple of MOUs that we worked with CSCA to bring forward. One to temporarily increase the hours for our office assistants who currently work 4 hours, and also to allow for the ELOP intercession program so that our employees can provide services during the winter and spring breaks. I also am bringing forward the 25-26 wage adjustment salary schedule for our LIUNA employees, and a recommendation for approval for a stipend for our school psychologist to participate and provide services if needed throughout the intercession program. So I would ask the board's consideration and approval on these items.
Cool. Thank you. So we will move on to item number 2, the approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Bakersfield City School District and the California School Employees Association, chapter number 48, regarding office assistant work. It is recommended to be approved.
Make a motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Moving on to number 3, approval of the memorandum of understanding between the Bakersfield City School District and the California School Employees Association, chapter 48, regarding ELOP intercession program. Recommended to be approved.
So moved.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to number 4, approval of the 2025-26 wage and benefit adjustment for Labor's International Union of North America, Local 777, LIUNA. Recommend that be approved.
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Moving on to number 5, public disclosure as required by AB 1200 pertaining to the wage and benefits adjustments for Labor International Union of North America, Local 777, LIUNA.
I move to approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion on that item?
Can I ask, like, is bargaining with LIUNA the same as like CSCA and Beta, or is it just
No.
since they're a trade union, it's just a, okay. That's what I
Yeah,
was asking.
their salary is, well, it's listed in the CBA that we have agreed to go with the prevailing wage that is established every year.
So
So
they get the prevailing wage and not like the COLAs.
percentage, correct.
Got it.
All righty. Any more discussion on that item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 6, approval of the stipend for school psychologists who participate in the ELOP's intercession program. Recommended be approved. Thank you.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 7, approval of the Certificate of Human Resources Report. Recommended be approved.
This is Laura. I move that we approve.
This is Chris, I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Moving on to item number 8, approval of the Classified Human Resources Report. Recommend that be approved.
All right, so move.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to letter J, board policies. Number 1 is the revision to the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 400.40, recognition of religious beliefs and customs. This is a second reading. Recommended be approved.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura. I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion?
I had a question. I know previously, staff had used like don't tell days to take off like, days during Ramadan or days during like, will this include them as well or just cause we added a paragraph about how, parents can ask for written permission to have their students be excused for the day. That doesn't extend to staff, it's just for our students, right?
So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking about an excusal of an absence for religious reasons.
Yes.
I believe that's actually covered under a separate policy on
Okay.
excused absences and has been the practice for several years.
Yeah, this is like a little more explicitly written, so I guess that's why I was asking. It's like it's very, but it's new that we're gonna excuse student ones, or because I would think
It's not entirely new. There's always been an area to excuse kids from, what's traditionally called the sex ed curriculum, as it relates to being taught in schools. This is specifically a change because of the Supreme Court case that recently was adjudicated at that level and guidance that we've been given as a result. So the absences one is specific to those, but just in a separate policy.
We also have a new independent study program that makes it easier too, so that partners well with our system.
there's something other one I was gonna ask you. Yeah, because no, that makes sense. Sorry, thank you.
Cool. Any more discussion on that item? Okay, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 2, revision of the board policies and procedures of the BCSD, section 400.40, recognition of religious beliefs and customs, administrative regulation, second reading.
This is Chris, so moved.
This is Laura, I second.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item number 3, revision of the board policies and procedures of BCSD, section 700.01, annual district budget, first reading. This is just a discussion.
Yeah.
Seeing none, moving on to item number 4, revision of the board policies and procedures of the board, Bakersfield City School District, section 700.01, annual district budget administrative regulation, first reading, discussion only. Okay, moving on to item number 5, revision of the board policies and procedures of the Bakersfield City School District, section 500.13, lactation accommodation, first reading, discussion. Great, we are moving on to the consent agenda. It is recommended that the consent agenda be approved as submitted, and things are going to get complicated.
Okay, so I move that we approve the consent agenda, but we pull number 7, which is the consultant agreement, for a separate vote.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Do we have any discussion on the consent agenda minus item number
7?
7.
Item number 7.
So any discussion on the rest of it?
So there's a lot of consultant services on number 7. Are we talking about a specific?
No, we're talking about anything else besides 7.
So 7 is going to get pulled
For a separate vote, so we're,
Is there anything else?
any discussion from 1 to 6, and then 8 to 42. Any discussion on any of those?
No, what I was saying is are we pulling number 7
We
because
will-
of all of the contracts?
We will
that
talk
was
about,
around?
I think, just one.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking.
Yep. Okay.
So no discussion on the other items?
Seeing no discussion here, all of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we will look at item number 7 more closely. I need a motion.
Okay, I want to approve the consultant agreement without approving the Arbox Academy. That's for 24,000.
So that's
a
a
motion.
a
Give me
motion.
a second, so we can discuss.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second.
Yeah.
We're good? Cool. So, discussion, please.
Okay, so I have a couple questions on this one, on the Arbox Academy, and I think maybe Ms. Santillan would have answers for this.
Of course.
Okay. Yes, my kids are students at BCSD, and I've been seeing, not just yesterday and not just today, but other days, I've seen that there's all these materials from the after-school program, extended learning program. And it's not just at Voorhees, it's also at Stern, but it's also at other schools where there's all this material, extra stuff, that they're enrolling cards. And then it's like, it's too much. And then if the kids don't take it and they already did that particular project, you have all this extra and then it stays there and you're still giving it away And then I've heard that it gets thrown away too when it doesn't get brought back to the district. And then at one point, we were even moving stuff because we were running out of storage space. So I do have a problem with spending another 24,000. Maybe you can clarify what exactly these 24,000 is. Is it for another art box?
This is actually for professional development. When we went out to RFP for materials, one of the RFPs was for an arts program, and Artbox won that RFP. Included in that RFP was professional development throughout the year for staff. So when the professional development comes up, we bring the consultant agreement to you for approval, even though it's attached to the RFP. So this is just professional development that would take place in December and in March.
So this isn't even
So not from,
materials.
This is not
not
materials
from
at all.
December, it's from December through March?
Well, there's actual dates in December and in March that the professional development will take place, but it's 2 professional developments.
2 professional developments for 24,000.
For approximately 520 staff members.
Yeah.
And this is for the art box
Correct.
stuff that's in there.
Correct.
It's, wow.
And all of the materials that we do have, they're all kitted for each student. And so we
Right.
try to have enough on hand since it's specific to students. If a student drops the program or they leave, the next student that we hope to take their place would need a new kit. So we try to have enough on hand so that nobody goes without. In addition to that, we're constantly replenishing for the next unit. So there's constantly materials coming in for the next cycle of program.
Where I have an issue is like these rolling carts are full of it. Like today there was another box out there with some other stuff and it's like, wow. And then another thing too, I remember last year, and I shared it with the former superintendent, I said, I do have an issue with this because we had a whole different event going on at Stern. And and I have a picture, I will email it to you. Up on the stage, there was like tons and tons of it, and they were giving it away to kids that are not even in the extended learning program. And I do have an issue with that because this money is specifically for the kids in the extended learning program. I mean, yes, I'm sharing it to the public because the public has to know. So I do have a problem with money being spent, not that our other students shouldn't get it, but if this money is just designated for a specific group of students, then that's where it should stay. And maybe we should be a little bit more careful about how much stuff we're ordering because it does wind up in the trash cans. It really does.
It might be a site-specific issue too.
It's,
Not to pick on
that's a
that.
whole nother conversation and I'll end it there.
So if we don't approve this $24,000 though, we don't stop the cart issue, we just stop people from getting training.
It's
Yeah, this is
professional
just
development.
professional development.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm-
$24,000 for
This is
professional
just-
development on our box. I think we should focus on getting other resources in our after-school program. That's where I have an issue. We need to have support systems from when the kids are in school all the way into the after-school program. Extended learning opportunity program, I should say. I think we need to focus more stop on these manualidades and focus on other stuff where they're really gonna pick up something instead of just taking a box home. Because my kids brought another box home and I was like, you already did this. Well, they still have more and they have more boxes and it's just like, wow, how much money are we really spending? Maybe this $24,000 could go towards having more supervision or, I'm sorry, and I take it very personal because I get yelled at by parents. I get calls at 8, 9 o'clock at night about concerns. Their concern is about safety. Because if you really look at the extended learning program, and maybe this is a whole different conversation that I need to have with the rest of the board, but there's stuff that's going on in at all our school sites. And when you really look at our school sites, I'm sorry, Mr. Doctor, like, I'm just like, there's a lot of things that go on in our school sites. And of course, a lot of it can be shared with the public, but safety. We talk about safety and safety shouldn't just be in our regular school day. We need to have district staff at every school site during our extended learning opportunity program. Because our kids trust our staff. And with the Boys and Girls Club being there, it's just a revolving door. There's not really somebody that they can trust. I don't mind hearing from the parents, but I do take it personal when there's incidents happening, stuff that shouldn't even be happening. And maybe those $24,000, we should figure it out and put it into safety. I do
So-
have an issue with
So
that.
I wanna bring us back to the motion. Is there any more discussion on this specific motion?
I think we should do a roll call vote if possible, President Fuentes.
We will definitely be doing a roll call vote, and I wanted to add to discussion before we do that vote, clarification about what the vote will be exactly. The motion is up on the screen. It is recommended that the agreements for the consulting services be approved, except for this one. So a yes vote would cut that professional development money. A no vote would, well, stop that motion. So, we'll start,
You said a
any,
yes
would
stop.
stop the
Because that
Art Box
was my
Academy
motion.
agreement, yes, specifically that line.
Can I ask one follow-up question? We did approve an MOU that would have like more CSEA staff supported at ELOP, yes? Didn't we do that, or did I imagine that?
Was that tonight's
I thought that was tonight, MOU.
Tonight's MOU was approving CSEA staff the opportunities to work during the intercession breaks.
Specifically during the intercession piece, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Can I make one more comment that I think is in line with this? With the previous superintendent, I remember we had a conversation too about some of these programs that we're paying for through outside organizations. There is possibility sometimes to create our own, but we're gonna have to expand HR, greatly to do that. So I think it's a much larger conversation that would take a lot of time, but.
It is a burden, for sure.
It's worth, conversation worth having.
Right.
Okay, so we're gonna do a roll call vote. We'll start with.
Can
Yes.
you clarify that one
Clarify.
more
So-
time?
So
Okay.
the motion on the floor is to, the motion on the floor is to approve of this consultant services agreement, except for the Art Box,
The $24,000.
except for the $24,000 of professional development that Laura was talking about. Yes. So a yes vote would cut that.
Okay.
A no vote will bring us somewhere else.
Got it.
Mike?
No.
CCP?
No.
Brooke?
No.
Laura?
Yes.
And I'm a no as well, so I will entertain a motion concerning number 7 that might be different.
This is Chris Cruz Boone. I recommend that we approve consent agenda item number 7 as listed.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? So this will include that money.
Is that different enough of a motion that I'm not gonna get yelled at
I
by
think
Beta?
we're good.
Perfect.
I think we're good. So, we'll do another roll call vote for this one. Mike?
Yeah. Yes.
CCB?
Yes.
Brooke?
Yes.
Laura?
No.
And I am a yes. Moving on to our last item is our closing item and adjournment. It is recommended the meeting be adjourned.
I move to approve.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.